Good day, and welcome back to another Assassin's Creed Brotherhood stream. Today was session number 5, and yeah, the ending sequences. We're already up to sequence 7, and sequence 8 and 9 are quite short and flow into each other, so very soon we will already be finishing with the game. However, there's still quite a bit of side stuff we have to do before. So the first part of the stream is going to focus on finishing most of that until we reach a point where only the main story will give us more side content. And yeah, we're going to entirely focus on the last main quests and getting that done. Over while we do, of course, our stealth and our mission objectives challenge. And yeah, currently we're at 71% total sync. Currently still have 3 detections, 2 of them being from Borgia Tower and 1 of them from actual missions, where we weren't like getting a bug or some kind of like forced detection scenario, which did happen quite a lot in this playthrough, to be fair. But yeah, apart from it, it's been pretty good to stay stealthy with like all the new tools you have in this game, you know. Like having all these like range weaponry is like such a boon in comparison to Assassin's Creed 2.
The quality of our speech is legendary.
Okay, we're still missing some silk here.
Smart choice. Ciao for now. I even have an entire cat.
That's still too expensive here.
Next time, I am sure.
Not find fairer prices than these, Amici. Just look at my wares and see for yourself.
So to unlock the last set here, the Source Nova set, we actually have to get the shop quest unlocked. And for that we have to get 2 shrunken heads. And there's only 2 in the entire game, I think, that you can like loot. One of them is like a regular chest that's like a bit difficult to obtain in Rome, which I did off stream. And the other one is inside the Romulus Lair we still have to do, called the 6th Day. It's kind of like inside a church, and there's like a... yeah, like somewhere within that lair should be like a chest we have to loot to get the other shrunken head, which I would like to get actually. Get all of the armor pieces unlocked as well. It's actually by the notched Kinkadea. And the next weapon here. Which I guess is the Cavalieri mace.
Come again, please.
Prizes for all games champions promised. 4,000 gold Paleolithic inserts in the corners of these masterpieces. From the great maestro Baldassare Bardolini himself. All right, never heard it. But look, why?
Buongiorno, Sir Ezio. Hey there, AJ. Welcome in. Bene. And how's it going, dude? Okay, so we're getting some of the assassins definitely closer to Master Assassin rank here, which I would like to get quite soon, considering how close we're getting to finishing off the main story. Oh, damn. Are you far away from home currently, AJ? That's good to hear that you're doing good emotionally. And yeah, I'm doing very well. We actually just recently on this weekend adopted little doggo. So yeah, that's been pretty exciting. I gotcha, AJ. I thought you meant like you actually missing home or something. Like in you moved. But that's fair. I hope you're not feeling too bad and that you're getting much better soon. Okay, let's do some missions here. We can defend a scholar in Florence. A defiant scholar is documenting the truth behind the Templar's treachery, and they were not tolerated for long. Protect the scholar from any retaliation. I mean, that's pretty decent XP here. 3 more of those missions and Lamberto's gonna get to Master Assassin rank. I gotcha. Well, that's good, at least, you know, there's been some improvement and relief. Was it like a regular code or something? Wonder if we have more of these like special missions, but like level 4. Because these are still a bit too difficult for the low level that we have. 5 stars. But I'm pretty sure we've done all of the 4-star special missions. Okay, in that case we're just gonna concentrate on regular 4-star missions. Assassinate a scholar in Rome. The Templar scholar has been passing off lies as science. He believes he's untouchable. Prove him wrong. Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that really sucks, like having a really bad cough. Especially when the throat is like hurting in addition, you know, every time you do. Yeah, always good to drink a lot. Especially like tea with honey and stuff. Are there any 4-star missions over here? Lisbon. Assassinate a politician. A politician loyal to the Templars has gained too much power. Remove him from office. I gotcha, dude. And December I also had a pretty bad, I guess maybe it wasn't like a full-on bronchitis, but definitely a mild one. And yeah, it was very miserable. Can't recommend.
Isn't that illegal?
Yeah, I've been pretty good AJ, actually. I mean, things haven't been all good. My grandpa's doing pretty bad, unfortunately. Just recently visited him in the hospital. Today he's back home. All his condition is still kind of like critical. But apart from that, you know, it's been pretty good. As I mentioned, we just adopted a little doggo recently. A little dachshund. So that's been pretty exciting. Yeah, my girlfriend and me, we did. So the dog is staying with us. And hey, for Harbinger, welcome in. How are you doing? I feel like yesterday came home late and then I ended the stream. It's bad. Yeah, you got off at timing sometimes. Like how the assassins just spawn somewhere. It's funny, like the other day I was kind of like looking like this and wanting an assassin to kill the guard, but then I moved the camera a bit up and the game had already programmed the assassin to do like an air assassination. However, since I looked already into the sky, they couldn't spawn, only until I like looked further down. They all of a sudden like spawned from air and air assassinated the guard. It's kind of funny, that logic. Oh damn, AJ. That's really cool. I hope you've been enjoying living together so far. And yeah, I guess the stepmother to my girlfriend, she's actually also from Brazil. And yeah, Levia's been saying that it's like very difficult sometimes to, even if you understand like a little bit of Portuguese, to kind of like understand all of the Brazilian speakers, because there's like so many like accents and all that, you know, that can be like tricky to distinguish sometimes. Okay, so we could do another Cristina mission actually. Are there any other side quests? Yeah, we got a couple Templar agents. We could explore the south here. I guess I can also now go ahead and do the Lair over there, which might actually unlock the next the next shrunken head, which we need for the shop quest. Let's go over here.
Why not take off your shame for the Borgia colors?
Traitors, more like!
That's fair, AJ.
Borgia!
Yeah, that wouldn't make it any easier, you know, if you have like more words to learn, essentially.
Has been linked to this ill-advised practice.
Ezio, I was hoping to see you tonight.
I don't have much time. Doge's party starts very soon.
Nevertheless, I have news. I hear Cristina Vespucci is in Venezia for Carnevale. Weren't the two of you close?
Once.
Perhaps it would have been better not to tell you. She's with her husband. She may not be too happy to see you.
No. It's wonderful. It's Carnevale. With this mask, she need not even know it's me. I know just the way to draw her attention. Grazie, amico.
It's so funny if you like wearing an outfit, and it kind of like overrides the look of Ezio in these flashback missions. So in this case, we don't even wear a mask, but he's still like saying like he does. And Cristina wouldn't recognize Ezio either, because of a mask. Persona non grata. Plant a note on Cristina to lure her away from the festivities. But yeah, let's go ahead and change the outfit if I can. I guess I can't inside the mission. Fair enough. Letter to Cristina. My darling, I must have you alone. Meet me in the alley. Ti amo, amore mio. Your husband. Sneaky Ezio, sneaky. Leonardo had enough of this. Yeah, the self-defense skills are real.
There. Now to await her at the rendezvous.
I stop a majestic being. Hey, bionda.
After you.
Cristina.
Manfredo, when did you get so romantic? It's you! What the hell are you doing here? How dare you!
Cristina, it's all right.
All right? I haven't seen you in 8 years.
See, I was afraid you wouldn't come if I just asked.
You're right. I wouldn't have. Ezio, the last time I saw you, you kissed me in an alley and then left me behind to be married.
It was the right thing to do. He loved you.
Who cares what he wanted? I loved you. You had your second chance. Please, Ezio, don't ever find me again.
It's Batman. No worries, AJ. If you understandable, you know, with like a storm and everything. They are probably good to catch or try to catch some sleep as well soon. Okay, I could actually set my assassins on some more missions here. Wait, one of the missions failed? How? I always had a 100% chance, didn't I? It's kinda interesting, you can like auto-upgrade as well. That way it would be kind of like random, I guess. I actually didn't, AJ. What happened? So the landlord in Venice. A landlord bought by Templar coin houses hostile foreign ambassadors. Show him the error of his ways. Your property in Lisbon. We escorted several vacant buildings that will serve our needs. We need you to recover the deeds so we can forge new ones. Sabotage weaponry in Cologne. As the Templars prepare for another conquest, they collect the weaponry from various workshops. Make sure they march with damaged equipment. London. So the diplomat. We use the term diplomat loosely because this Templar is anything but diplomatic. Show him he's no longer welcome in the city. Hey there, Afro. Yeah, they do pretty much anything, don't they? To assault the Templars. Damn, that sounds intense, AJ. Especially with those kind of like last second turnarounds. I can only imagine the like intensity. Yeah, I was watching some soccer this weekend. Unfortunately, my team lost 4-1. So pretty bad there. Wasn't really that intense either because they just straight up were the inferior team. really expect anything different. I mean, everything is permitted, right? Completely literally. Great way to start the season, yeah. I mean, that would be really cool to witness. Okay then. Let's go for some Templar agent missions. No worries, say AJ. You get some good sleep? Thank you for dropping by and saying hello. And yeah. Talk to you soon.
Receiver of complaints in the Vatican. For an indefinite period of time, in order to mark the passing of its sole officer.
Come, friends, the stars are alive. Fate tutta la strada accanto alla mia casa.
I've never seen a stranger man. Truly.
Why? Never mind. I don't want to.
Restoration and cleaning work has been temporarily suspended at Santa Maria del Popolo. The bishop asks that Pellegrini avoid the area for the foreseeable future.
Here! Hey! Hey! Here!
The assassination.
Please, don't call the guards. She would have wanted her burial here.
Your wife?
She was to be my wife.
What happened?
In the Colonna, she had a shop. The Borgia moved into the district and my wife refused to close. They found Monica with 2 thrown knives in her back.
Red-handed. Lieta Rosso works near the antique bars. Locate and kill her. Full sync. Kill your target with hidden blade.
Do you know the killer?
I heard of a woman who takes contracts for Cesare, located near the antique baths.
Leave before you are seen here.
This lady must have flown way under the radar. Abstergo seems to have the only data on her readily available. Supplying the Templars with secret contraband, Lieta Rosso lied and murdered her way into some of the best deals of the century. It's strange, this data was recently created. I wonder what Abstergo is up to. Whoops. You have to chase her. But that's a force detection right here.
Stop chasing me!
Wanna see if there's more dialogue before I kill Vo. So I'm gonna wait here.
Who sent you?
Sam, I'm losing him.
Vattene via!
Sam,
Stop chasing me! Figlio di Troia! Who sent you?
Okay, that's everything apparently.
Requiescat in pace. Requiescat in pace.
Death is the fate of all men.
I love these little quotes the assassins say sometimes. They're like standing close to a target. Okay, let's go ahead and check out the south area here.
Beggars of gross way, or those immovable
Yeah, that soundtrack is so good. Okay, let's head over here to the Borgia Tower and then we can also do the Romulus Lair afterwards. That's the last Borgia Tower in the game.
White Caesar.
Okay, there's like a guy that sees me through a wall apparently. It's actually nuts how strong the assassins are becoming. Yeah, it's kind of funny how it's basically the starting outfit of a game that they're getting. Ah, okay, so the guy's on top of the tower, apparently. Everybody's doing a dance party, apparently. Heck. Sometimes if they're like within an animation or something, you can't actually poison them or something, or like kill them with projectiles. Like how she's just chilling up here. Wonder what happens if you're igniting the tower and she's still up there. That just burned it all. She's still on top of her. Amazing. I even got an achievement for killing the assassin. You know, just kidding. I unlocked all of the Borgia Towers. That would be kind of funny if all of a sudden we got like the notification the assassin is dead. Oh, that's where we have a glyph of a class, I guess. Okay, let's go on the top of the tower again and then jump over there. Also, hey there, Bastard. Welcome in.
Loading.
The capitalists think we run these companies for profit. The fools. Those fools work for you. Optional slavery in exchange for pieces of paper. Doesn't that strike you as foolish?
So basically the idea that you're getting like a currency that the government has decided has value versus getting something actual, you know, like an object or something that you would trade instead. So kind of like how money's being used to control the people, I guess. And yeah, it says fire, water, and earth are contracted with the complacency of the people, away from the people. So I guess something where we see the effect of the people, but it's like outside of civilization, I reckon. So not within cities. Okay, maybe we should just choose pictures with to have people within Vo. Like this and... Yeah, that one.
Loading. Scanning. 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 What purpose of all this? 30, 476, 1337, 1431, 1520, 1770, 1861, 1914, 1929, 1939, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1962, 1990, 1994, 1995, 2001. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. Emotion centers activated. Now I understand. Loading.
So that's basically Clay's conscience recalling.
Democracy must die to ensure the stability of the world. Capitalism will end it.
Recalling kind of like years of the enemies that he spent in, you know, like 30, the death of Jesus. Then you have time periods like Napoleon and George Washington, you know, something we have seen in AC2 in the glyphs. And And yeah, all of these important like time periods also within the 20th century, you know, with the World Wars, with the fall of the Iron Curtain. And those are like all kind of like things we have seen in the glyphs, which we can assume Shay has seen within the Animus. And yeah, it even goes into like Clay's years of living. And only once he understands emotions again, he can kind of like distinguish his personality from all the other ones that he experienced in those years. Making use of that created by Free, the center behind the scenes waited for citizens united to wed the US to the Templars' will. Justice Kennedy. We now conclude that independent expenditures, including those made by corporations, do not give rise to corruption or the appearance of corruption in government. Justice Alito. I believe very strongly in limited government federalism, free enterprise, the supremacy of elected branches of government, the need for strong defense and effective law enforcement, and the legitimacy of a government rule in protecting traditional values. There's another kind of like quote down here. We have a Templar ring, one of these guys. Justice Roberts. Congress may not prohibit political speech, even if a speaker is a corporation. So all of them very much in favor of like capitalistic approaches to how much control a corporation should have and how much liberty. Which goes in favor of how Abstergo works, right, as a company. Justice Scalia. Indeed, to exclude or impede corporate speech is to muzzle the principal agents of a modern free economy. We should celebrate rather than condemn the addition of this speech to the public debate. Justice Clarence Thomas. We don't issue mandates to businesses that you've got to do this and you've got to do that. Okay, so nobody else seems to have a Templar ring here, and that's definitely the right coordinates we're looking for. Let's still listen to Sean's advice to see what he has to say.
16 is definitely not in the running for a marriage anytime soon, so that word wed stands out a bit. I don't see any weddings, but maybe there's something else up there wedding related.
Paul Wolfowitz. When it comes back to the test of whether we are doing our job or not, is whether we're promoting development, not whether we're promoting democracy. President of the World Bank, US Deputy Secretary of Defense, 2001 to 2005. Another cipher here. Donald Rumsfeld. Scour the Department of Defense for functions that could be performed better and more cheaply through commercial outsourcing. Chairman of Gilead Sciences, US Defense Secretary, 2001 to 2006. Dick Cheney. We have to make America the best place in the world to do business. CEO of Halliburton, Vice President of the US, 2001 to 2009. The one thing I kind of like about these is that they're not really lying. You know, these are like actual quotes from the people that have been like in control of US politics. With like deep connections to lobbyism and corporations. So in a way they make sure that they're not really slandering their name necessarily with the game, right? Because that's like a big struggle about making games in the 20th century. That would actually be set in that setting, because they would have to make some historical characters that people still have relations to. look pretty bad necessarily if they're making them Templars or whoever is like doing something really bad in the story. So by just quoting them, they're basically doing like a bit of a safe approach there, as not to offend anybody too badly. Got a 3 here. We have George W. Bush. I know it's going to be a private sector that leads the country out of the current economic times we're in. Director of Harkin, President of United States, 2001 to 2009. There's an NK. Alright, I think that's all of the pictures here. Let's go ahead and go for the Templar ring. So I guess that's what I meant with like wed. Because as a wedding, of course, you get like rings usually. And the Templars are also using rings to kind of like identify themselves within the cause. That's also one of the rings that Charles Lee gets in Assassin's Creed 3. Okay, we have another wheel. We got a line K and 8. Then we have 4 and C. We have R and 0. Which means 8 and... Okay. So can we kind of like find a pattern here? Not sure really. Kind of like trying to find the correlation between these symbols here, but don't really see it. I mean, there's definitely symbols where something is missing, right? Like for the R, there's like a string missing. So maybe the M could be like one of the symbols. Let's keep on going here for now. Ignore the second one for now. But the symbol with a 0. Which means 2 would again be nothing. With 9 and 9. Which means 1 would be a K.
Tricky one. Some of those symbols look like letters. They probably come from somewhere, but where exactly? That's the question.
I think the letter we might be looking for is in the picture, like in the different pictures outside of these coordinates. Was just going by memory here. Pretty much. Hey there, Absolution. Welcome in. It's going good, thank you. Yeah, doing some more Brotherhood today. We are already getting quite close to finishing off a game. Currently up to sequence 7. Supreme Court of the United States. Washington, D.C. 23449, I guess. December 2000. Regarding privatization. S. I've convinced Sandra to join the majority opinion. The enticement of retirement under a Republican president tipped the scales. Although the ruling will differ from our previous decisions on equal protection, it will not call attention to our actual goals. With Sandra gone, we can pave the way for the key majority member of the order to be seated. As discussed, W will prove the perfect distraction. I have no doubt he will restart animosities with Iraq. Let him. It will give C's contractors more work. When the time comes, I will make sure W is given Robert's name. With Roberts on the court, it will only be a matter of waiting for the right case. After the destruction of campaign finance laws, the company will be free to elect anyone they choose to the Senate, the House, and eventually the presidency. Soon our hopes will be realized. Government will no longer derive its authority from the people, but from us, their protectors. Yeah. Basically trying to turn around democracies that have been elected governments voted by the people into governments that get controlled by lobbyism and corporations, essentially.
Loading.
E8 to C6, 6C to 8B. Our moves are echoes, they're not our own. So kind of like the same move, but reversed here. So B8 to C6. So I guess like this.
Loading. Quarantine zone.
The capitalists will do whatever we tell them to. We print the dollars they worship, after all.
Okay, it will undoubtedly cripple the ability of ordinary citizens, Congress and the states to adopt every limited measure to protect against corporate domination of the electoral process. Justice Stevens. Cleanup of Deepwater Horizon. Contracted out for billions.
Quarantine lifted.
Alright, that's Cluster 7 done. Let's actually go ahead and leave the enemies here because I'm not sure if we have done all of the modern day yet in this sequence. Let's go ahead and check.
Break time!
You know I love talking about this stuff, Desmond, but we have work to do now.
Okay, there's another schedule for the week. So again, we have everyday anime session, pretty much. There's also a team supper on Friday, which Desmond is doing, apparently. But they were pretty much back to doing an anime session every day. Because sometimes they took Sunday off to kind of like give Desmond a break, but not this time. Because time is growing short. Sean, this afternoon. I found some really good beats the other day. Want to come to mine for a listen when you get off watch? Sean. Trying to get Rebecca to spend some time with him. And Rebecca just answers with a smile. Sean Hastings, Animus. Lucy, let me get straight to the point. I noticed we have a free day on Sunday. Would you allow me to do a small session in the Animus? Rebecca said she'd monitor me and it would only be for a short while. I'm rather curious about the validity of my Norse descent. As it would be a one-off and for a short period, I really don't see any harm. Sean. It's kinda cool, you know. I remember in 2020 when I played for this game, and it was kind of clear that Valhalla is gonna be about Vikings. I really thought that maybe we will find like an ancestor related to Sean. You know, like technically even, you know, Eivor could have been one for him. But yeah, we didn't go there. However, we do have Sean in Valhalla, like he's back in that game, as is Rebecca. William Marks. Question. Hello, Lucy. Sorry about the slow reply, just got back from lunch. Good question. I'm not sure if we can do that, but ask again once you're back here. We've analyzed the tapes you have left for us, and Desmond seems to be progressing perfectly. I can see that you've developed a good rapport. Just make sure that your friendship doesn't jeopardize our goals. The Templars were never mentioned on the last tape might be the only thing that can stop the end from arriving. Great work as always, and hang in there. William. It's kind of interesting that every email that Lucy's writing to William, she deletes or can't read, I guess.
Focusing on this.
Lucy's also still gone, which is kind of like shady, because she's been gone for a while at this point. Okay, guess that's everything I can do so far.
Ezio's waiting.
Alright, let's head for some renovations here.
We'll kill them all.
Reckon we can also pick up some money. Also all of the banks renovated in Rome.
Why not stop and see what I have here, Amici? Who knows? I may have exactly what you need.
For the ladies, my selection of shawls, skulls, and
It's all of retailer shops.
good people. The new code of conduct concerning garment modesty and of punishment for sins of revealed flesh. One major alteration is regarding the minimum length of sleeves to be worn by donne when in public.
And all of the art shops. You can also get a new picture here, a new painting. A young man with an apple.
Just hostess do choices, good sir.
If you seek fair prices for quality work,
I also state.
Oh nice, we got some good colors here. Let's go for the wetland ebony. Looking pretty nice actually. It does remind me quite a bit of the Drachen armor. The one you get from the deluxe edition. And there's another citizen I can talk to.
why not have a statue in the garden? A tapestry in the hall.
Figlio d'un cane, Borgia! Try it.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
That was close. Grazie. Would you teach me to fight these vermin as you do?
Oh yeah, it's the last assassin recruited to the guild. Unless another one dies, of course, then I have to recruit another one. Okay, what color do we give her? Let's go for emerald. Destroy gunpowder in Florence. Templar troops have gathered a large supply of gunpowder in a storehouse. Make sure no citizens are nearby when you light it. Gonna throw the level 1 in here so she gets like lots of XP. And then she can do it together with a level 9. Poison and oboe in Barcelona. He has a shipment of wine arriving soon. Does fit a lip of every bottle with the poison we provide. They could actually do this mission together. Barcelona, intercept a message. The Templars will soon send instructions to their men, find the courier, steal the message, and bring it to us. I could try another level 5 mission, with a small chance that they won't succeed. So the priest in Moscow. He uses the robes of the church as a disguise. He's only got to rise in a Templar coffer, deliver his confession. So 93% chance of success. It's a bit of a risk, but I'm gonna take it.
Stoke their anger and focus their frustration. Borgia need to suffer a blow to loosen their grip.
Okay, there's a Templar Lair in here. Not a Templar Lair, a Romulus there. Guess I gotta get inside the courtyard here.
Over once anyway. The Borgia's days are numbered. He will kill them all. Take a little while.
Sixth day. Wait for Pope's residence to find the shrine to Romulus. Post sync, do not lose more than a block of health. There's someone here should be a chest with a shrunken head in it. I don't really know where, so I just gotta be thorough, I guess, and try to explore most of the areas here. As far as I know, it's more like in the back part of the church, but I'm not really sure exactly where it is.
If I fall, that will aid me.
Give me just one sec, guys. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, that works. Still haven't found the chest, but I really do think it's like more on the back part of a level. It's gotta be thorough. Close one. Jesus Christ, what was that? If I would have fallen there, I would have failed the full sync requirement of not taking any damage. Okay. I'm gonna check if there's anything hidden here, but doesn't seem like. I mean, there's a like flag over there. But there's no chest, I don't think. Cheers, Blackbird. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. I hope you're doing well.
That could help if I fall.
Yeah, that might help. Still alive, so all good. Well, that's good to hear. Pardon me, that was my dog. Oh, there's a chest. Not sure if that's a shrunken head, but at least it's one of them. Yeah, not the shrunken head we're looking for, but at least that's one chest down.
Magnifico.
Magnifico. Yeah, no kidding. It really is like, I'm so shiny. I bet you don't want to go there and check it out. There we go. That's the second shrunken head in the game. That means now we can finish the shop quest, which gives us the last 2 pieces of armor at the blacksmith. This kind of reminds me of one of the puzzles in Tomb Raider 2013. We also had to use like back and forth mechanism to bust open like a door. But I think it was more connected to like the wind mechanics.
Perfect. A route up if I fall.
I love how Ezio says that. Quite nice. This can be a bit tricky because there's some parts, especially with the camera alignment, where you can very easily fall or miss your jump. And then you will fail the full sync requirement of not losing 1 health square. So yeah, quite important there to take your time, I guess, and not rush through it too much. I'm not sure if we have scroll number 4 yet, so let's have a quick look in the inventory. I think it's maybe database. There we go. Yeah, we're missing scroll number 4, so I'm gonna wait until we get that before we keep on reading here. Excellent. Right, that means only 2 more Romulus Lairs left at this point. Let's have a look over here, because that's where we have a lot of the last renovations here in the game. Hey there, Marty for 2. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thanks, random woman, for bumping into me.
Permits must be obtained from the council before opening for business. Those caught in the act without permits will be slaughtered publicly.
Afro's still vibing to that music. Never gets old, does it?
Grazie. Addio.
Okay, that's the viewpoint on the aqueduct unlocked, which will be the second last viewpoint of the game, actually. I like it.
Come, Amici. This week I'm almost giving my labor away.
Petty crimes, hospitality issues, or other complaints to the office of the receiver of complaints in Latin. Or more serious criminal.
Yeah, the vocals in the Ezio games is just amazing, I think.
Member of
all 3 games. There's some excellent tracks in there. Okay, so what's the best way to get on top of here? I think there's like a ladder somewhere.
Well, now.
The people should realize there is a war going on for their benefit. Well, the sober ones...
Their benefit. I think it's this building over there, isn't it?
Well, that's certainly not a common sight.
Hey, spare a thought for others you might injure.
Yeah, and there's the ladder. Ah, never mind. That's actually the last viewpoint of the game. Oh, yeah?
Healing services for all God's flock.
Nice. Alright, let's send the assassins out on more on tracks here. Okay, sorry I had to mute myself here for a sec. Which is my favorite weapon? In Brotherhood? I mean the hidden blade is always nice, especially the double hidden blade. I also kind of like the heavy weapons, since you have a heavy sheath and you can now also carry them around permanently. But I do prefer using enemies' weapons because then you can also throw them away without having to pick them up necessarily. But also really love the dagger, especially in combination with the throwing knives in combat when you do like the double kill combination. Pretty cool. It was Afro, yeah. Yeah, she's definitely she likes to complain a little bit right now because she can't be in the same room as both me and my girlfriend right now. And yeah, she's a doggo that wants to follow everyone around the house all the time. So not being with a particular person is like a big issue. But she has to learn that at some point, so trying to train her slowly towards being alone, I guess, again. Okay, nice. My assassins have reached level 9, at least a lot of them. Damn, she immediately leveled up from level 1 to level 5. Nice. Alright, let's do some more level 5 missions here. Can I actually do this one? I guess I could actually with 5 level 9 ones. Vienna, a slap to the face. Holy Roman Emperor Maximian I has faced the might of Swiss mercenaries before, taking a heavy beating during the Swabian War. You would be shocked to know that the Borgia have hired several Swiss commanders as a paper guard, the same commanders that gave Maximian so much trouble. Capture these men and deliver them to Maximilian as proof. You will go disguised as condottieri. Okay guys, I'm gonna mute myself here for just a little bit.
A nice piece of work. Addio.
Sorry about that, Beverson. But yeah, no worries. I'll catch you later. Sorry, just had to mute myself because the doctor was kind of like complaining a little bit that Levi was leaving the flat for a little while. Didn't want you guys having to hear a dog crying. But yeah, if you do, she's completely fine. She just likes to complain a lot.
A pleasure.
So many renovations in Rome, but we're almost done with them. Okay, I think it's time for another Templar Asian mission.
And it shall be given to you. For whatever measure you deal out to others, it will be dealt to you in return. These are insightful words. Words to live by. Yet Brother Ristoro spits at them. Deus omnia videt. We minions require your donations to survive. In return, we offer you knowledge. A fair trade. But one of us takes advantage. He abuses the trust we have worked so hard to establish. Come and see where your donations have gone. 2 of our orders slain by their own teacher. Ristoro's innocence bought from the Borgia. God opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble. Ristoro is far from humble. He has broken his vow of poverty, soiled every promise of purity. He must be held accountable. Deus omnes vel absolvit vel judicat. Give, and it shall be given to...
How were these men killed?
They questioned Brother Ristoro's habits, and now here they are, poisoned.
You question him as well. Why don't you fear his wrath?
A man with nothing fears nothing. I have remained true to my vows. I put my fate in the hands of the divine. Deus auscultat.
Your vows keep you from acting, so you seek another to do what you will not.
Please, understand. I cannot kill.
I cannot kill, but you could. Excommunication. Brother Ristoro hides near his church. Locate and kill him. Full sync. Kill Brother Ristoro by error assassination.
But I can. Where is Ristoro?
He will be at the church, but guards always accompany him.
The Borgia cannot protect him from me.
Give!
The brother of the Order of the Minims. Court records show he murdered other members of his order who brought his corrupt practices into question. Abstergo servers say, Brother Ristoro vowed a life of piety and poverty, but practiced neither. A paranoid, dangerous man.
And it shall be given to you. For whatever measure you deal out to others, it will be dealt to you in return. These are insightful words. Words to live by. Yet Brother Ristoro spits at him. Deus omnia videt.
I want to see if there's any dialogue before we go ahead and perform the error assassination here. But it doesn't seem like this.
Requiescat in pace.
Stay back! Time to go visit my brother.
Hey, the hit picks, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day so far. That's a very nice view actually. On the Colosseo and the city of Rome. Yeah, it's going pretty good. We're almost finished with all of the side content in this game. So pretty exciting stuff. Not too far away now from finishing the game. Not sure if it's gonna happen today, but certainly the next stream. Today has been good too. That sounds great. Cheers. It definitely is. How have your playthroughs been? I've also been doing quite a bit of like completionist runs, right? And like platinum trophies and stuff.
What can we do?
Here! Andiamo! Here! Vai, vai!
Okay, I think that might be the last stable in the game. You can even get like a Borgia horse from this stable. That's neat. Kind of fits quite well with the color scheme we currently have going on for Ezio. Today you bought the Mafia Trilogy pack because the first one is so good, may as well own it again as a physical copy along with the 2 and 3. That sounds good, dude. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. They definitely look quite fun, you know. And the time periods and the settings also look really well made. I really have to get to those games eventually.
Here!
Super hot. Is that kind of like the slow motion first person shooter kind of like game? It's like a bit abstract in its graphical style.
Here!
Ah, I gotcha. That's a game I also own, but never really got around playing. It looks really cool, actually. I like the concept behind it. There's apparently one fast travel point I missed. Ah yeah, to the north. Fair enough. Okay then, I think it's time for another Romulus Lair up here.
Andiamo!
Days are numbered. You will kill them all.
So many chests here. Ah damn, so you actually haven't played the other AC games before Hitpix? So is there like any setting that you haven't played yet that you would be really interested in? Maybe I can like give you a recommendation or something. Yeah, it would be cool to see you play some of the AC games. Always great to see somebody play it for the first time. But yeah, now that we renovated all of the aqueducts, essentially we have enough water now here to just swim to the Lair. Otherwise it's not accessible unless you use like shortcuts to get there. Leader of a pack. Find the shrined Romulus. Full sync. Do not lose more than 10 health quests. Okay, that's a mission with like lots of force detections, I believe, and like lots of fights and people chasing us. Which is why the full sync requirement is what it is. I would just probably have to try to run away from them as fast as possible, because they're gonna throwing knives at you at every chance. And I guess taking 10 hits, you know, might be enough to fail this mission. I gotcha, Hitpix. Yeah, that's true. There's definitely some online trophies for Black Flag. But the multiplayer is still working fine if you would like to give it a try. That can be a bit annoying if you're just interested in the single player. So, I mean, I would definitely recommend the Ezio trilogy, because it's really good and optimized for the console, which I guess you're playing on. And it's also a really good starting point into the series too. And yeah, they have aged quite well and are really fun. Another game I would recommend is Origins, because it's another great starting point and it's a bit more modern. It's kind of like the start of the action RPG kind of like approach, but it still has like classic AC elements and really good stealth and an awesome open world and story. So yeah, I would definitely recommend Ezio Trilogy and Origins. They also don't have any kind of like online trophies associated to that, and both games work really well. Don't have any major like game breaking bugs. Odyssey versus Origins? Well, for me personally, it will always be Origins. But yeah, it's definitely like a personal preference kind of deal, you know. If you would look into like deeper RPG mechanics and like more customization and stuff, then you'd probably prefer Odyssey. Or if you like flashy gameplay and graphics. But I find, like personally, I find the game world much more immersive in Origins. The story more engaging. Bike's voice acting is fantastic. The soundtrack is so good. And the story really suits with the thematics of Assassin's Creed. That's always a nice thing to do, Hitpix, you know, to have like an overseeable list of like games you might want to be playing eventually.
We have recruited many new men to our cause.
I merely speak the name Romulus and they obey.
Bene. Our prophecies move them, as predicted. Together, we will create a new religious harmony.
Assassino! Mobilize your followers!
Yeah, so that's a force detection right there. Because now we're gonna be chased.
He will not get away! We must kill the assassin! Romulus commands it!
Hey, who's that over there?
Feel the spirit of Romulus enter you! Use it to guide your sword!
Sorry guys, give me a sec. Sorry, had to take a call there. Hitpicks in the Ezio trilogy, the main bad guys are Borgias, right? Pretty much, yeah. In AC2 there's a few more families involved. It kind of like starts with the Pazzi in Florence. Or kind of like planning a conspiracy against the Medici family who's currently in charge of the city. And as a result of that, I mean, I'm not gonna tell you exactly what happens, I guess, because spoilers. But yeah, it gives Ezio a reason to go against them. And then he kind of like further uncovers that the Borgia are one of the main families behind a lot of the plots and conspiracies within Italy. They become like your major antagonist family in this game. In Revelations, we have a completely different setting though. We're actually in Istanbul or Constantinople. So going to Turkish territory.
Spill his blood!
Where do you think he's...
All right, now die!
Did he get there?
There! There! Get
Jesus. Yeah. These guys are so annoying. But yeah, we got past the worst there.
Wait for me!
Save yourself!
Okay, that works. Let's find a way up here.
He's losing us! Fast there! Get him!
This seems kind of like another force detection scenario, right? If there wasn't even like any detection, kind of like build up. Which usually would be the case, you know. They were definitely programmed to like immediately attack you on sight. Like they were also programmed Jesus, okay, so these guys can actually be avoided. How to do this one? Considering, you know, they're like actually walking exactly there and they can't just throw anything. That's a tricky one. It's not really built around the idea of stealth here. I guess that kind of works. Let's see if I can find more smoke bombs, because I really do need them. Assassino. No smoke bombs, unfortunately. Maybe over here. Okay, there's one. And two. Hey there, Ryuxim. You play Batman Arkham games? Well, don't really do like an annual playthrough of those or anything, but I have played both Asylum and City before once. I still have to play Arkham Knight. And I also still have to play Origins. Oops. Oh, Jesus. Thought I could grab myself onto the... Let's try again, I guess. What are you doing, Ezio? have a force detection.
Your end is at hand, assassin. Appease Romulus. Kill him! Kill him and I will raise you up and teach you to speak to Romulus! Romulus will punish those who do not fight! Teach the unbelievers the truth! A place in heaven awaits those who serve the war! Get him, ragazzi!
Did you learn all those lies from your Borgia masters?
I speak the truth. It is you who tell the people lies.
Give me the code sheet.
All I will give you is death.
You cannot escape!
Okay, let's see first more dialogue he's saying. Never mind, he's actually making me lose health here. Okay. How many fur coats do we own? Too many, that's for sure. Too many wolves that die for this. What a payback to the wolf that raised Romulus, right? To kill more fast. Okay, nice. That's Scroll of Romulus 4. Which means you can now keep on reading here. The door has opened. What lies inside has altered my perception and left me shaken. The very pillars of my beliefs toppled. Every event is a link in a chain, forged by something long dead. Or does it still live? I calm myself and venture into the light. The ghost howled inside my head, calling me forward. I've never seen architecture built to such a grand scale, lit by phantom radiance. Something lies at the center of the chamber, something powerful that I cannot reach. Surely gods must have had a hand in its design, but which gods? The pedestal has emerged from the ground. I consider fleeing this madness, but I know it will draw me back. I rest my palm upon it, and I am blinded. Filled by prophecy, I see Rome in flames and I am driven to action. And that's of course the chamber and tempo of Juno, which we will see at the end of Brotherhood. As in the guy who invented Rome. Yeah, one of the mythical stories about the founder of Rome, raised by wolves, which is what the followers of Romulus of course believe in. And there's another picture which will reveal the Apple of Eden that Ezio leaves behind for Desmond to find at the end of Brotherhood. Now we can also go ahead and read the next scroll. We meet in the cavern again, but I've hidden my discovery from my brothers. I relay my plan, some details are my own, but others driven by my visions. Their contributions are practical. We will take as a group to prevent escape and to ensure each of us is committed to this task. We will lure him to the Senate, but none of his allies may enter. The visions have shown me that we must strike on this day of Mars. That today my resolve will be tested and that I must not falter. I'm not a violent man, but I ready my family's heirloom dagger. I pull my toga up into a cow and leave for the celebration. And that is the dagger of Brutus that we can get after finishing all of the lairs of Romulus. One he also used to assassinate Caesar with, together with Aya, aka Amunet from Origins, and like 40 or even more other senators. To end his tyranny forever. Oh, very nice. We unlocked the last Cristina memory, which means we now have 75% plus. And our first assassin is ready to become a master assassin. Oh yeah. Well, I guess our first recruit is able to become an official assassin, brother.
Truly do you walk in the shadow if you do.
Okay. Let's have a look what's currently available to us. Couple renovations. We got the main story down here. There's another Cristina memory up there. Yeah, it seems like we've pretty much done all of the other side quests available to us right now. So, never mind. There is another assassination contract I can still do. Let's go ahead and check out that.
Come, friends! I pray. Here! Hey! Hey! Here! You're on an honest.
Okay, let's go ahead and get the next weapon. Still going by kind of like cost order. I guess the next one would be the Bearded Axe, which is our first heavy weapon we will be buying for ourselves. Also the last weapon for the assassin recruits to get, I think.
These precious and most robust of annelids are here waiting to cure you of all writing techniques.
Oh, well beyond my ability.
Ezio, the Borgia grow uncertain as your attacks continue. The Pope's spies move throughout the city. Fortunately, Machiavelli has uncovered their names.
Grazie.
Grazie, addio. Alright, that unlocks new assassination contracts. Excellent.
Andiamo! Reaching appeal to all Romans to please be careful when taking bricks and marble from old ruins. A section of the Colosseo. Yeah! Only the best of Raymond here, friends. We've sold out of devotional landscape.
Okay, so Candida can level up one last time here. Let's see, so Lamberto is actually ready to become assassin, but nobody else is so far. So except for Lamberto, I can send everybody else on missions pretty much. Let's look for level 5 missions here. Like this one. Barcelona. Picking up the pieces. After Louis de Santangio's death, we have no eyes within the Spanish royal circle. Queen Isabella's Templar influence has often concerned us, but without Louis's report on her activities, we are blind. Infiltrate the Queen's court, recover Santangio's journal. Okay, can I do this one? I guess we could. It's not guaranteed to work though. But I could take the chance. It's like a 94% chance. Vienna, raising an army. Maximilian has sent gratitude in the form of a generous bribe to further assist him. The Swiss captives we delivered are now in his employ as trainers. He has caught in Georg von Frunsberg, his finest knights, to work with them and train an infantry strong enough to rival the Swiss. Since our condottieri bested the Swiss, I've asked for our input as well. Teach them how to fight. Once again, wear the guise of a condottieri. Yeah, like 97%. That should work, I hope. Let's find some level 4 missions. Paris, free a prisoner. Templar guards have detained one of our valuable informants. Free him from his cell and see to it that he escapes the city. Oh shit. I think I just sent Lamberto on a mission, didn't I? By accident. Never mind. I guess he has to wait for the Assassination initiation.
Come, friends, here the customer is always right.
Like 20 minutes or so. Red Letter Day. Our enemy is feeling pressure as we close in. Important messages are now delivered by armored mercenaries. This tactic will not slow us. Ensure the messages die with their couriers. Full sync. Kill both targets in under 60 seconds. Not sure if the timer is already running. I think it starts once you get to kill the first target, but I could be wrong. Maybe the timer is already running.
Have I seen that man before?
On, throw. Fuck. Never mind. I wasn't fast enough there. Let's go ahead and restart. Okay. What I could try technically here is going over rooftops maybe. Sending the assassin from that side.
Perhaps I should slow him.
Oh.
What's wrong with you?
How did he see me? Okay, so it literally goes immediately apparently. You can't, you know, run there, kill the first target, then the countdown starts. It's gonna be tricky. Like I literally have to rush there and try to do it like that. It doesn't really work well for stealth. It's definitely a mission set up for kind of like going into combat and just killing them quickly as possible. At least I have my assassins available now. So hopefully that creates a distraction good enough to deal with it. But yeah, I will have to call the assassin in here immediately. Come on. How did that even hit the other guy and not him? He wasn't even in the way of a line. But somehow his hitbox was. Jesus Christ. Okay, so I gotta add 2 detections here. But damn it. Yeah, now I gotta wait for my assassin to come back again, so I'll probably have to fail this mission. And just wait it out again. Tricky.
I've many other items too to harmonize your entire.
Hey, the Rough, welcome in. Ah, very nice. That's excellent. I'm glad you've been enjoying it too. Yeah, Brotherhood is really good fun. I love all the gameplay additions they've added on top of what we had in AC2 pretty much. Okay, let's go ahead and restart the memory now. Gotta be fast again. Come on. Assassin's like taking so much time again. Kinda annoying. Okay, that does it. Finally, we've done this mission stealthily. It's a bit tricky with, you know, like having like a time limit and being like super fast and still doing it like completely stealthy. Kinda sucks we added 2 detections there because so far in this entire playthrough I've only been detected once in a mission. That could have been avoided. But yeah, it had to happen eventually. I think this might actually be the last travel point here to renovate.
Flying their trade within the city limits are asked to avoid performing
Indeed. It's the last tunnel. Oh yeah. Right. So. That means I have done all of these side missions available. Never mind, there's one assassination contract still. Let's do that one. I'm gonna wait with the Cristina memory until we have finished this current sequence, I think. Of course, it's the last one of the game. Yeah, my dog is getting a bit impatient. So if I'm just standing still, I mute myself for a minute, that's why. These assassin tombs can be a bit tricky to complete. Yeah, definitely. It can be tricky, especially also doing the full sync requirements as well. When you gotta finish under 8 minutes or something. It can really add, you know, to the intensity of those missions. Bearers of bad news. Borgia have unleashed their interrogators. If they cannot find us, they will brutalize the people of Rome until they get answers. Strike with precision, or you may be well overwhelmed. Full sync? Do not let your targets call for reinforcements. It's gonna be tricky. Almost seems like, you know, they're gonna try to run as soon as they spot any trouble, which will again make it quite tricky for like stealth, I guess. But yeah, let's get a good overview here of the situation and the area. How far is he going? Way over here, apparently. Yeah, there's so many targets here. As there's also guards nearby roaming around, so this is another setup. It's really tricky to do. Like once I initiate an assassin jumping in here, the guys will probably try to run, and there's also a chance they might not be affected by smoke bombs. So yeah, let's see how we can do this. Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, there's like so many guards around, like even if you do like smoke bombs and kill everyone stealthily, it's no real guarantee, you know. So, yeah, I don't know. This seems like I should probably just wait for my brother to come back and then send them in here so they can take care of this. Yeah, these recent assassination contracts haven't been very easy to full stealth. Okay, sorry, I'm not gonna count this because I literally was AFK here for a sec. To tend to my doggo here real quick. Yeah, it really is tough. I'm sure we can do this. Just gotta wait for my assassin to come back again, and I should probably also visit this blacksmith here and buy some smoke bombs. Okay.
Ciao, signore. Mention me to your amici.
Let's give this one more try, and I think I'm gonna take a break afterwards. Go play with the dog a little bit. But yeah, at least I have enough smoke bombs now, but we still gotta make sure to avoid, you know, the guards that are like patrolling the area here. Let's take some courtesans with us, because the more we can get to distract the guys, the better, essentially.
Oh, I suppose it...
Yeah, you see like how many guards are around there. So just doing like one like high profile assassination can be enough to you know, get like detected by somebody in the area.
La Madonna, I want no part of this.
Wait, what guard is running? Jesus. Okay. At least you took care of that. Let's see if my assassin can take care of this for now.
Run! Via! Madness!
Oh, what the fuck?
I see!
Oh, I swear this mission really hasn't been designed for stealth. I'm literally in a smoke bomb, you know, doing double assassinations, and I still get detected. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, these assassination contracts aren't kind to me at all.
L'architetto ne sarà.
And of course I lost all my smoke bombs here too, so gotta try to get that refilled as well. But I think we should have 2 assassins now jumping to help us, so hopefully that makes it a bit easier here. Because yeah, this mission would of course be much easier if all my assassins are back here, because I could just literally use them to take care of the entire situation. That's a bit different right now. Okay, finally. I just didn't get in warfare, I just threw the smoke bombs and, you know, the assassins could take care of it pretty much. Yeah, that works. Okay, finally. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it from the developer side not to have too many smoke bombs because they can be quite overpowered, depending on how often you use them. But yeah, for some missions like these, you know, you definitely feel like you need 5 of them sometimes, or even more. Okay, let's have a look at the map here. Are there any more assassination contracts? Okay, I think we're fully caught up with him. That's good. That means the only side mission really left now is the Cristina memory. Ah, never mind. There's another assassination contract. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna do this at a later point. For now, I actually want to go back to our hideout and initiate the ritual for one of the assassins to become like an actual member of a Brotherhood with all the perks.
From a man this skilled. Most intriguing. But why?
Lair wakan motlak pelkulun mumkin. The wisdom of our creed is revealed through these words. We work in the dark to serve the light. We are assassins. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted.
Lamberto Luini has been promoted to Assassino. Oh yeah. That's another achievement unlocked here. I think we're almost done with the guild challenges here. I just gotta get 4 more assassins to the rank of Assassino. And then we will unlock the Altair sword as well. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do the next main story now. I can just teleport myself down there because there's nothing in between I could be doing. Hopefully we get our assassins back soon because we really do need them for one of the missions coming up now.
Have you lost your mind?
Ezio, your help has been invaluable. Now we must finish the Centuocchi. Only their leaders deal with the Borgia. Remove them, and the gang disbands permanently.
I will consult with your spies.
Bene.
It's kind of fun. You can have like this discussion to unlock more of the thief assignments. Then you can immediately talk to La Volpe again. Over here.
Buongiorno, Ezio.
It is time to pay a visit to Lucrezia's lover, Pietro.
I've sent my men out to find him.
Molto bene.
Ezio, if I may...
What is it?
Someone warned Rodrigo to stay away from the Castello.
Machiavelli? Do you have proof?
No.
We must not be split apart by mere suspicion.
The Borgia know the locations of our spies.
Who told them?
Maestro Machiavelli asked about our search for Pietro earlier today.
Ezio?
Patching the leak. Kill the attackers to ensure they do not discover the location of the Thieves' Guild. Then accompany La Volpe to rescue the thieves in danger. Forcing. Do not drop below 5 health squares. Hey there, Elizarin. Welcome in. Thank you for a follow.
Get him! Get the hell out of here! I want no part of this! Ah! Quieto, bastardo! No! Please, spare me. I'm a good man. Get it!
I still do not believe Machiavelli has turned traitor.
First the villa attack, then the Castello, and now this. He is behind it all.
At riding in Circle War. I think you confused La Volpe.
Andiamo! Hey, hey!
What were you able to find out?
Pietro is to be assassinated this evening. Cesare sent his butcher.
Migueletto, the best killer in Roma. No one escapes him.
Until tonight. Come on.
Okay, that's definitely another force detection scenario here. I think I can do above that.
Did you uncover information about Pietro?
The man is an actor, and he is performing in a play stanotte.
At voice actor, wo? Looked like he had something, or sounded like he had something up his throat or something.
Borgia stays on now.
On me.
Yeah, as you can see, you know, like I'm literally on top of rooftops and they still detect me, so nothing I can do here.
What did you find out about Pietro?
He is to be suspended from a cross. Micheletto will come for him with a spear.
Alright, nice. There wasn't much stealth there that I could do, but definitely worked quite fast and well though.
Ezio, the French are pulling out of Roma. The Baron de Valois was found murdered within his own camp.
Could it have been an assassin?
There are rumors which favor such a theory.
Never listen to gossip, Leonardo. It could get you into trouble.
Good advice.
Amazing. It's kind of cool that you can still talk to Leonardo even if you have gotten all of the gadgets from him. There's still like dialogue talking about what happens in the main story with the Baron we just killed in sequence 6 pretty much.
I will wait nearby for a few more hours in case you change your mind.
Alright, but hey guys, I think I'm gonna go and take a break now. Spend a little time with the doggo and yeah, stretch my legs, get something to eat and stuff. So it's probably gonna be a bit of a longer break. But it's also gonna be a longer stream today, so when I come back we will be focusing a bit more on the main story and try to get closer to the end today. But yeah, for now I will take a break. So I'll be back in a few. And until then, I hope you enjoy some of the amazing AC Brotherhood soundtrack. And yeah, catch you in just a few. Alright, welcome back for more of AC Brotherhood, and thank you all for staying tuned for more of our stealth and all mission objectives playthrough. And yeah, we're currently at a point where we're getting quite close to finishing off most of the side content and main story. But yeah, there's still a few bits and pieces that I want to finish before we're like fully concentrating on the main story. Let's have a look here. So we could continue with the main story over there. With another thief assignment. Okay, I think I do the main story for now, and we will kind of like end up at the Colosseum afterwards, I believe. So might as well go ahead and do it here.
Where is Pietro?
I cannot tell you. But Micheletto waits at the city gate east of the Terme di Traiano. He intends to disguise his men to make the killing look like an accident.
He will lead me to Lucrezia's lover.
Ezio, Machiavelli has betrayed us. We would both wish to deny it, but the truth is now clear. Do what needs to be done. If you don't, I will.
Without Volpe's thieves, I may require the help of my recruits.
Calling all stand-ins. Tell Micheletto to the place location. By following him, discover a way for the assassin recruits to infiltrate the play. Full sync. Use the assassin recruits to assassinate your targets. Now this can be a bit tricky because sometimes they will kind of like throw daggers instead of assassinating, and that will actually fail with a full sync. So that working or not is kind of like, you know, random chance encounter, pretty much. This can be one of the most annoying missions in the game to full sync because of it.
Listen well, I also have over... You'll be well satisfied, I know it.
Please, I have done nothing. Francesco Trocchi.
Dear friend, would I lie to you? You told your brother about my war plans in Romagna, who contacted the ambassador of Venezia.
It was an accident. I am still your servant and ally.
Are you demanding that I discount your actions and rely on friendship?
I am asking, not demanding.
To unite Italia, I must have every institution under my control. And if the Church does not fall in line, I will eliminate it entirely.
You know that I really work for you, not the Pope.
Ah, but do I, Trocchi? There's only one way I can know that unconditionally now.
You intend to kill me? Your most loyal friend?
Of course not.
Are you letting me go? Thank you, Cesare. You will not regret...
Guards! Give Micheletto the costumes for the play. Lucrezia is mine. No one else shall have her. Make doubly sure it is done correctly.
I obey, Cesare.
Oh yes. Dump Francesco's body in the Tevere.
So, make doubly sure that he dies. Means basically that he has to be poisoned and in addition also try to, you know, kill directly. Micheletto Corella. The right-hand man of one of the most notorious hands of killers in history, Micheletto was usually the last thing Cesare's victims saw. A deadly import from Valencia, Spain, He grew up with Cesare, slightly his elder, and always his protector. Not only Cesare's personal executioner, he also was a condottiero, leading armies for Cesare, and at one point, he was the governor of Piombino. It might be easier to dispense with a chit-chat and simply list his known murders. Giulio Cesare da Varano, Lord of Camerino, and 3 of his sons. Alfonso of Aragon, Duke of Bisceglie, and Lucrezia's second husband. Odeverotto de Fermo and Vitellozzo Vitelli, strangled simultaneously. Astore Manfredi, the Lord of Faenza. Francesco Trocche, the papal secretary. And many more occurred that go unrecorded here. Micheletto was notorious for strangling his victims quietly and disposing of the bodies. Francesco Trocche. Senator Egidio Trocche's younger brother, Francesco worked for the Vatican and was a trusted agent of the Pope. Among other things, he spied on Lucrezia while she was in the countryside and was sent to the French court to pressure King Louis to support her marriage to Alfonso d'Este. Lucky husband number 3, Alfonso managed not to be humiliated or murdered, unlike Lucrezia's previous husbands. Cesare also spirited Francesco to France in 1502 to persuade Louis to abandon support for the Orsini family. It seems after that they had a bit of a falling out. As the cherry on the cake after Micheletto strangled Francesco, Cesare found and killed a nobleman, Jacopo di Santa Croce, for no apparent reason. Once Francesco's body was floating in the Tiber, Cesare issued a declaration calling for his arrest, claiming he had fled Rome, an early instance of a savvy politician spinning a story for the press. So that's how the Borgia like to handle things here in the city of Roma. It was a bit tricky because I gotta kind of like get a good distance, otherwise he would just turn around and run straight to you, which will get you detected. So the further we are and still see him better.
That I might commission a part.
Here! Here! Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? Tieni. You there! Aspetta!
I like how the guard just like straight up spawned into me. That's what I mean, you know, he's just like sometimes turning around for no apparent reason because this kind of like pathfinding is like bugged. And that can get you detected like so damn fast.
Spade.
Hey Verot, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. And welcome in, raiders. I hope you had a good rest of your stream today with Resident Evil. How was the rest of it? Hey Lucinda, welcome in as well. Good morning. Yeah, welcome to one of the most tricky missions to 100%. Because it's kind of like dependent on pure luck here. But yeah, it's only our first try, so the frustration is yet to come if it happens.
You have business here, Lord.
You got the bad ending for the first time with Chris. This is fun. It definitely is. I mean, you've played it yourself quite recently. But yeah, that's great, dude. I'm glad you finished the playthrough with a bad ending. So do you have any playthroughs left now for the game, or can you carry on with the next in the series? Thanks, Lucinda. I definitely need all the praying and good luck wishes. We gotta pray to Aunt Jesus.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the plane. Capito? This is for you.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. It's like there's always a chance that they would just use like throwing knives instead of their hidden blades, which doesn't count as an assassination. No, it counts as a ranged kill, thus failing the forcing requirement that you have like no influence on. It's like, huh? But I thankfully it didn't get me detected, so I don't have to add anything to the counter. But yeah, it means I have to restart the entire memory. Ah, okay, I got you, Rod. That's definitely fair, you know? Sounds like a good plan. And, I mean, Resident Evil 4 is also releasing quite soon, isn't it? Like at the end of March or something? It really is Lucinda, you know, it's like, you literally have like no influence on whether they do like a ranged ranged kill, air assassination, like smoke bomb kill or something, you know. It's like RNG for the most part. I gotcha. That's definitely fair too, you know. Maybe it's also good to, you know, give it a couple days and see what the reviews are saying as well.
Andiamo! Yeah!
Or at least see how the general feedback is on the day of launch and everything. But I think they do a pretty good job with their launches, aren't they? Don't remember hearing too many bad things about the remake Resident Evil launches. No worries, Hitpix. Thank you for being here and for joining us. I hope you have a good rest and lots of fun with the Mafia series. And AC2 once you get into that series again. What is he doing? The pathfinding with Micheletto is like so weird sometimes.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? Tieni.
I like how the assassin, you know, goes straight past Micheletto, and he doesn't mind. I gotcha, Rod. That's definitely fair too, you know. If it doesn't align with like your personal schedule and on which days you're playing what. But yeah, I'm curious to see how that remake is gonna look like.
Hey, hey! Yeah!
I mean, graphically, they've all been gorgeous. At least the second and third.
Fires in their barracks.
Andiamo!
Aspetta, aspetta.
Yeah! Are you proud to wear those colors? Vergogna! Andiamo! Obey the guardia!
Oh, whoa. Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? This is for you.
I swear, I'm gonna kill my assassins. Like, what the fuck? This mission is just infuriating, you know, because you have like no influence on whether they're doing the air assassination or not. As you could see, like one of them threw the dagger, the other one did the air assassination. But one of them doing that is basically enough to completely fail it. Yeah, definitely Rod. I do actually remember watching a friend of mine playing the game shortly after it came out. And I still remember how good it looked, you know. And the camera change, I think, was not a bad decision either. Because even if the camera angles have been kind of like iconic, you know, it's not bad to sometimes like keep on evolving a series, you know. Sometimes change can be for the better, and they can still make like references to how it was done in like the first couple of games. Okay, I'm gonna wait a bit longer next time we try this. It would really also be like a matter of like where they are.
Hey, hey!
I do think the closer they are to like the building, the better. Because if they are too far away, then out of range for air assassination, they will kind of like throw a dagger guaranteed. Yeah, exactly, you know, like, it's not like those games are like a way, you know, like the same thing in Assassin's Creed, like, some people might be complaining about not having Ezio anymore, or like, games that were like these, but yeah, the series had to kind of like evolve at some point, and they're still perfectly playable and replayable. So for example with AC, you know, even for a lot of like the early games, I think evolution was necessary for it to survive. I actually remember quite a few people that stopped playing after Revelations because they felt it was like too much Ezio. Or like AC3 they didn't even touch because they had like enough of Desmond and stuff. So I guess some of the changes were actually definitely based off of feedback as well.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? Tieni.
Hey! I am watching you!
Yeah, definitely the same here, Rod. I do think that changing to Connor was like a good decision. Because it really gave us like the opportunity to explore like another ancestor for Ezio, for Desmond as well. And yeah, like you know, getting like a different time period I think was also interesting because yeah, it just really added like another layer on top of like the timeline, really.
Requiescat in pace.
Requiescat in pace.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? This is for you.
Okay, let's wait a little bit longer before we actually call the assassins to assassinate the two of them. I swear. Why are they doing this? That's the third time. It's so annoying. Maybe I can try to find like yeah, no, there's like no way to do like a checkpoint restart, because once you have failed the forcing requirement, doing a checkpoint restart by resetting yourself as the optional objective already failed, essentially. So I have to like restart from literally the beginning every time. Yeah, I mean, like, Connor couldn't be any more different to Ezio, could he? You know, like, also the way, like, where he has been raised, like, a totally different culture. And, yeah, under, like, very different circumstances, you know, like, his childhood, for example, wasn't, like, a happy memory, but kind of, like, a traumatic one. Whereas Ezio had, like, very fond memories of his time until he was 16, you know, which were kind of, like, his, shaping and determining years, I guess. Connor really didn't have that and was like already worrying about everything since he was like a little child, essentially. That also had like a huge impact, I think, on, you know, Ezio being kind of like more light-hearted character often, or like funny and charming, versus Connor, who's very serious and kind of like introverted, I guess. But also what you describe, of course, with like a fighting style and like general, you know, kind of like approach being quite different. Connor's very much like a heads-on kind of assassin.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? Tieni.
Yeah, exactly, Rod. You know, it's like really people became so accustomed to Ezio and that style of character that they couldn't really see any other ones like being an assassin or wearing those robes, I guess. But yeah, I think Connor was such a good decision to make him like such a different character, you know. Would have been very uninteresting, I guess, having like the same kind of like revenge story with the same kind of like character traits and character relations and stuff. Also focusing it much more on like kind of like a complicated family storyline was quite different too, of course. Having a father that's a Templar. Yeah, he likes doing that Harbinger. Like the pathfinding is kind of like bugged sometimes with this mission. So all of a sudden he will sometimes make these like weird turns and will like straight up run to you. And hey there, JT, welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Andiamo!
What is your plan? I can't do that. See.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? This is for you.
Freaking finally, they didn't throw a throwing knife. Only took us like 4 times for them to finally do it.
They will lead me to Lee.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Andiamo! Here!
I'm not sure if we're gonna finish the game today.
I make my own luck.
But definitely in the next stream, I reckon. I still gotta do the Da Vinci disappearance too, so that's gonna add some time off top of it. But yeah, hey there, Seraph. Hey there, Tor. Welcome in. You're shitting me, right? Okay. What I'm gonna be doing is, since the first part is kind of like luck-based in this mission, I'm gonna try to get myself killed or lose Micheletto, because that won't fail the full sync requirement, but it will set me back to the last checkpoint. So I'm just gonna let them kill me and then I guess we're good.
Requiescat in pace.
Yeah. And the full sync is still done at this point. So that's how I can do like a checkpoint restart if it doesn't hinder the full sync requirement. Okay. Sounds a bit tricky considering like how many guards there are here. I think I'm just gonna use my assassins here. Got these 2 guys. That's
Rest in the peace you so richly deserve.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? Il tuo costume.
okay, that was way too close.
Colosseo. I seek Pietro.
He acts on stage, Signore. One of my men will take you to him.
Don't forget, I wear the black shirt. Protect me and wait for Pilate's call to the Centurion to strike.
I must get to Pietro before he does.
Exit stage right. Without being detected, infiltrate the Colosseum to find and rescue the actor Pietro before he is murdered by Micheletto. Full sync, do not kill anyone other than the gunmen. Alright, there we go. Finally got that mission done. With a full sync. Can be so damn annoying. Okay, so I can't kill anybody here except for the gunmen. So no other regular guards. Hey, the Moller. Welcome in. Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? Cheers, Rod. Yeah, that definitely feels good getting that mission done, considering like how RNG based it can be, you know? Just ridiculous sometimes.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar. Yeah, I had a good weekend, Warner. The dog arrived over here, so spent some time together, of course. And yeah, I think she's definitely feeling right at home. She likes to definitely let us know though when she's not happy. But yeah, it's been pretty funny so far. Yeah, how was your weekend?
My God! My God! Why hast thou thus forsaken me?
Merda. Which cross is Pietro's?
Hark! Hark how he crieth upon Elijah to deliver him! Wait, and we shall see whether Elijah dare come here or not.
My thirst is great. My thirst is great. Yea, thou shalt drink no more.
Amazing. Okay, so we gotta kill all of the gunmen here. Yeah, there's quite a few.
thing that is full of great need. I will do as he bade me, but on your peril it shall be. What I do, I may not see, whether it be evil or good. High King of Heaven, I see thee here, on my hand and on my spear, running water flow, and on my eyes some can fall, that I may see both one and all. Lord, where does this water come from? Alas, alas, and woe is me! What deed have I done? A man I see, sooth to say, I have slain in this stead. Have mercy, Lord, I thee now pray, for I was not what I did. Jesus, much have I heard spake of thee, that sick and blind, through thy pity thou hast healed before in this city, as thee hast healed me today. Thee will I serve, and with thee be, for well I leave in day 3 thou will rise. Lord, I thee pray.
Ah, damn, Waller. That really sucks that you had like a complete outage there. What caused it? Did you have like really cold weather or something? Hey there, Anakin. Welcome in.
What heart have ye to slay this man that I here see dead, hanging, that never yet did amiss? For surely God's son is he. Therefore a tomb is made for me, therein his body buried shall be. For he is King of bliss. Sir Joseph, I say surely, this is God's Son Almighty. Go ask Pilate for his body, and buried shall he be. I shall help thee to take him down devotedly. Sir Pilate, special I thee pray, a boon thou grant me as thou may. This prophet that is dead today, thou grant me his body.
Joseph, already, in good faith, if that Centurion says that he is dead, he...
Ha! You cannot save Pietro. The wine he drank was poisoned. As I promised Cesare, I made doubly sure. I am not yet dead.
I did not come here to kill you. He who is the cause of someone else becoming powerful is the agent of his own destruction.
Cut him down.
This was not in rehearsal.
Hold up the guards.
Intervention. Save Pietro from the poison coursing through his veins by carrying him out of the Colosseum to the nearest doctor. Full sink? Do not swim. It definitely did, Anakin. And I even have a fast poison upgrade. You would think it happens a bit faster. I guess that guy drank like a poison, like a short amount or small amount of poison every day to keep himself resistant or something. I got Jamwalla. Damn, it's a really bad ice storm then. That sucks. He also had a bit colder weather again and quite a bit of snow. But yeah, like thankfully not that bad of weather. Hope everything's alright for now though. What is a different telling of a story, Pietro? Instead of Jesus being stabbed by a spear, he's poisoned, but saved by a stranger. Yeah, That's how it really happened. And that's how Jesus survived, you know. He got reborn by drinking the antidote to the poison. Thanks, Lucinda. Alright, let's do this. So there's the second part of this mission where we gotta get to a point really quick. And we still gotta remember that we can't swim there. So we have to take bridges and stuff. Though swimming might be faster.
Stop the guards!
It's the mercenaries that Machiavelli actually sent to help us.
Whatever this is about, leave me out of it, please!
Who are you?
You're safe. He has been poisoned. That pallor. Cantarella. Drink this.
Hurry!
Give him a moment.
I feel slightly better.
Leeches will lead to a full recovery.
I cannot thank you enough.
The key to the Castel Sant'Angelo, now.
What are you talking about? I'm simply a poor actor.
Cesare knows about you and Lucrezia.
Here.
Easy.
Wait for us!
We thought you had been killed, Ser Ezio.
Not yet.
Where does this passage lead?
To the north, outside the walls.
Let me through. I must go help the troops.
Un momento! You were at the Villa Auditore during the attack.
Okay, that's a forced detection scenario. Very nice, Mauler. Which episodes of Harry Potter did you watch? Lev and I also recently watched the 5th and the 6th movie.
Why did you run? You are the traitor, not Machiavelli.
Long live the Borgia!
Merda. I was right. I have to stop La Volpe before he gets to Machiavelli.
1 minute and 20 seconds. Jesus Christ. Where am I going? Okay, that's not good. Need a freaking horse. I took the wrong way. One. I can't run into these guys. Jesus.
Discovered the traitor. What? One of our men. He was at the villa attack. Here, he carried his letter.
My God.
This is good news.
More than you know.
I am once again in your debt, Ezio.
What debt is there amongst friends who trust one another?
Yes. Thank you for relaying the message in time. Come, Niccolo. It has been far too long since we've talked.
I heard the Colosseum Passion Play took an unexpected turn this evening.
Really?
It seems Jesu Cristo was resurrected 3 days earlier.
It further confirms that he know all about the Colosseum attack, you know, that we planned here. And of course he was the one sending the mercenaries to help us, so... Yeah, He definitely ain't no traitor. Oh damn, I have quite a bit of money in the bank here. Exactly, Rod. Imagine that war. Don't disturb Rock. Yeah, Anakin, that would actually be quite interesting. Seeing like an infinite Call You Assassins mod. Would definitely make the game quite a bit easier, but at the same time, you know, would be kind of like fun to play around with.
I also make a wide selection of decorative stonework for battle.
Watched Font 5 Mola. Nice. Do you have a favorite of the 7 or I guess 8 movies? Yeah, pretty much Lucinda. Like, he was so committed to the Borgia that he was both willing to betray Ezio and also kill himself to, you know, not having to talk and give Ezio the information that he needs. Definitely somebody who was quite dedicated to the Borgia family. Yeah, Rod. I do like some of the quotes of Machiavelli in this game, and that's definitely one of them. Nice, Anakin. Have you started the Ezio collection yet? Ah, okay, I got Shamola. Well, you're definitely in for a ride if you haven't watched the last 2 movies yet. I do like the 6 a bit better than the 5th one, but I did also like the Goblet of Fire quite a bit. My favorite would be the 3rd one. I really like the aesthetic of it, and also the storytelling with like rewinding time and like alternative branches of like story and stuff. I think was handled really interestingly. It definitely is Lucinda. But yeah, thankfully he's out of the picture now. You played a bit of Brotherhood? I gotcha. Oh, I hope you enjoyed, Anakin. Because yeah, this game is definitely amazing. So currently I'm playing on PC Tor. All of the AC games you will see me stream are always on PC. But there's a couple other games I do also play on PlayStation or Xbox, depending on if they are like exclusives or if I like on Game Pass or something. Your favorite was the one where the Phoenix orders some food. That's definitely the best one. The Phoenix was certainly the, you know, most underrated character in the entire universe. And yeah, that's right, I'm playing on PC with an Xbox One controller.
Volpe, how goes Roma?
Very well, Ezio. The French and Papal forces are in disarray.
Then it is almost time. Call the assassins together. And bring Claudia.
Now?
Yes.
لا أشياء وقت مطلق بل كل ممكن. The wisdom of our creed is revealed through these words. We work in the dark to serve the light. We are assassins.
Claudia, we here dedicate our lives to protecting the freedom of humanity. Mario, our father, and our brother once stood around this fire, fighting off the darkness. Now, I offer the choice to you. Join us.
You and I have not seen eye to eye on many issues.
Niccolo!
But you are exactly what the Order needed. You have led the charge against the Templars and rebuilt this Brotherhood. Now, we must put Ezio where he belongs. At the head of the Assassins. Ezio Auditore da Firenze. You will now be known as Il Mentore, the guardian of our Order and our secrets.
Where other men blindly follow the truth, remember,
nothing is true.
Where other men are limited by morality and law, remember, everything is permitted. Why this sudden change of heart?
I have always stood by you. I was the one who brought you to Roma, and the one who caused the explosion as you fled the Castello. The mercenari who protected you at Il Colosseo were mine as well. You just did not know it.
Maestro Machiavelli! Cesare has returned to Roma alone. He rides for the Castel Sant'Angelo.
Grazie.
Well?
The decision is yours, not mine.
Niccolo, you better not stop telling me what you think. Why else would I seek the opinion of my most trusted advisor?
Go kill them, Mentore. Finish what you started.
Good advice.
I intend to write a book about you one day.
If you do, make it short.
Sequence 8, the Borgia.
It's a me, Mario!
How to have a DaVinci DLC on PC, have it downloaded before they killed online? Yeah, pretty much. Like, what you gotta do is you have to have the DLC unlocked and downloaded the game files the way they have been before they killed the online servers. And if you do that, then you have still access to the Templar Lairs and the DLC as well. But yeah, for AC2 for instance, one of the Templar Lairs wasn't to me available for some reason either way, which was kind of weird. Because it did have a file downloaded, but yeah. It's kind of weird, like some of the content for the Ezio trilogy on PC still works and some doesn't. But you definitely have to have it downloaded before they killed the online. The best was Harry Potter and the Indiana Pirates, Curse of the Order of the Lost Pearl. Now imagine a Harry Potter and Pirates of the Caribbean like crossover. Be kind of random, but also interesting. Yeah, I love this moment, you know, when Ezio gets to be made mentor of a Brotherhood, you know, and ultimately declared leader, because he has proven time and time again, you know, that he was really like taking the fight to the street, you know, like recruiting people to the Brotherhood and strengthening it to such a point that they now stand a chance against the Borgia and their influence within Rome. Machiavelli, of course, was vital for that to succeed. But yeah, it was Ezio who really took matters into his own hands, and that's why he becomes mentor, and Claudia becomes an official master assassin. But yeah, so we're now up to sequence 8, which means we're now up to the point where I want to catch up on all of the side content that's still left before we keep on playing the main story. Because everything that happens now is basically like a back-to-back kind of like storyline. So once we start that, it would be kind of like weird to break that flow, I guess. So yeah, so some assassination contracts, thief assignments, and all that. Peer pressure. We must know the extent of the Templar influence over Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand. They are powerful but unpredictable. You will follow Isabella, study her behavior, intercept any letters she sends out, and study any she receives. We must know her intentions. Okay, I guess we can do this one too. Chasing ghosts in Moscow. Aristotle is actually another Brotherhood spy sent to Moscow, Ridolfo Aristotele Fioravant. He once worked alongside Pietro on the Kremlin. We believed he had died over 20 years ago. Hunt him. We must know what happened. Okay, I want to make sure this actually succeeds, so let's do it like this. Deal with a traitor. Our tenets are clear. One of our brothers has decided to disobey them, and it must pay with his life. We advise that you do not confront him directly. The three Amici. To bolster his troops, Cesare has begun to recruit untrained soldiers. His veteran trainers are critical to his success. Find and kill them. Full sync, kill the targets with the hidden blade.
Your master is the devil himself! Take a bootlegger!
The heck? He's already seen me? He's now trying to run away. Something? How far can we see?
What's the point of this Danza del Diablo?
Okay, that's just weird. Like, see, they have like almost infinite line of sight or something. And it's also like moving constantly from one side to another. I feel like this is kind of like set up in a way where we have to trigger open conflict to then start a chase and get them. Because it can be detected according to the mission. But yeah, to do this without getting detected, I would have to take out all the other guys here first, pretty much. Maybe that will lure him over to this side. Wow. Fussing failed. He committed suicide and fell down. Oh dear. That's such a classic. I like how so many forcing things kind of like fell out of my influence, you know? Like them just deciding, okay, I'm gonna die here and there.
Dogs, your master is the devil himself!
Exactly, Rod. Can be quite annoying if that happens. There has been a couple assassination contracts today that have been a bit tricky. Which have also added quite a few detections to the counter. Because centers are really not built around the idea of being completely stealthy. And yeah, that makes it difficult to deal with. Okay, I have no smoke bombs. Gotta take care of that first.
Or there you go, sir. Mention me to your Amici.
Hey! Last I checked, this was not the wild. Will be blessed by the bringing out of Giotto's Ascension and Sant'Orsola's left arm. Several Rioni.
I have a great
Diablo, they will say, when the dogs have met their day.
I feel like if someone falls off a cliff and dies, you should pass the mission. You mean the objective is passed, right? Unfortunately not, because I have to kill all of them with the hidden blade for the forcing requirement. So, yeah, that's the difficult part there. But yeah, it would be fair, I guess, you know, if they kill themselves. But it wouldn't count against you. Like things that are like literally out of your control. Yeah, I could definitely try to do the thief at last, because he's the most difficult target out of them all. Since he's moving around a lot. This guy I could probably kill from the haste stack. But it's still kind of like... need to take care of the other guys there.
I have just what you need. That should do. And please come back often. His mental health is questionable.
Why did he get affected by the smoke bomb so late? It's kind of annoying. What the fuck? He just spawned down there. What is even happening? They will never spot me here. But the only game in the series that you know off the top of your head that will automatically give you full sync requirement is in Black Flag. There's a memory where requirement is to destroy one of the ships of a fort. If you have overtaken that particular fort already, then the requirement will automatically be given to you. That's true, yeah. Yeah, that's what I usually like to do with that fort as well, you know, it's like unlock it so I immediately get the fort fighting on my side. Which makes destroying other ships with it much easier. Because I think that's really how it's meant to be done, right? Like, that the fort is under your control, thus assisting you in battle. But yeah, the first couple of times where I tried to do it while it wasn't under my control was just absolutely insanely difficult. To kind of like predict, you know, where you have to go for the cannon to strike its ally. Thanks, Lucinda. Yeah, that felt good to do that flying kind of like air assassination. I was pretty close to getting detected there, but thankfully it only happened in the instant that I killed the target, which is like alright, as long as it finishes the mission in the exact same moment. He's the Sage Harbinger. Yeah, just like teleporting from one place to another. Yeah, I really thought that's how it should be done at first. And it made the requirement so damn difficult. But yeah, then like a later playthrough I learned, never mind, you can just, you know, use it yourself.
Ezio, one of the Cento Occhi leaders, has worked his way into our own guild. He is an accomplished liar, responsible for the deaths of many of our brothers. Come, I will lead you to him.
Downsizing. Find and kill the traitorous thief. Full sync, kill the traitor with your hidden blade. Could be wrong, but I think this is a forced detection mission. Because he's leading us into a trap or something.
Dardi, go back to the parade!
I've never seen it.
Not like any act I've ever seen. Not a very good buffon,
Now! Move!
Yeah.
Twice before doing something you'll regret.
Okay, that works. A lot of the people in the organization know of a traitor and can lead you to him, yet they could have just killed him on their own. Oh, that's the thing, right? The guy who told us about the traitor was the traitor. Bit of a plot twist there. Okay, what else do we have? We have unlocked another Templar Lair. Nice. We have more thief assignments. Let's go over to the Colosseum. Or maybe let's go to the hideout first, because there's a couple assassins we could make like proper members of the Brotherhood.
What's on there?
Lair she'owakan motlak belkulun mumkin. The wisdom of our creed is revealed through these words. We work in the dark to serve the light. We are assassins. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted.
Sounds like a plan, Harbinger. Best of luck with that playthrough. I reckon it will be quite difficult. Laura Boccanera has become Assassino, as well as Piero Piacentini, and also Paolo Profeta, and Carlotta Cazzi, and Valentino Virga, and Giovanni Giuliemi. So quite a few level ups there to Assassino, which means now we have also finished all of the Assassin Guild challenges, which means we have unlocked Altair's Sword. Oh yeah? I've like not even used the thief groups like once in this playthrough. It actually surprises me because I've been using them so much in AC2. Like by far my most used like guild. But yeah, in this game for some reason I haven't. Interesting. Let's also go ahead and leave the enemies because I reckon there's a bit of modern day dialogue and email. Lucy also has come back apparently.
Desmond's back.
How long do we have before the Templar satellite launch?
It's October 8th, so that leaves us with
74 days.
Not much time.
Think about all that you've been through in the last month. 74 days is a long time.
I mean, that's true as well, I guess. Because Desmond, of course, is like blasting through the memories of like multiple years, essentially.
That disrupted memory seems to be getting clearer.
It's amazing. The sequence is repairing itself as if we're helping you work through psychological trauma.
So I'm gonna be a more balanced person by the end of this?
I have no clue. But the idea is cool.
Are you saying that because you feel guilty about frying his brain?
Sean's on the tree duty.
Deal.
Oh, of course, yeah. You side with her. Communists.
Okay, let's talk to Sean.
Any good stories about Cesare?
Are you kidding? He was notorious. Get this. In 1502, his top captains rebelled against him. He made concessions to all of them and they rejoined his army. Then, on New Year's Eve in 1503, he got them together inside a room in Sinigalia. Everyone was arrested. 2 were put back to back and strangled by Micheletto that very night. The rest were thrown into chains and killed a few weeks later.
Wow.
The amazing thing is that Cesare was so friendly during the months before, they never saw the trap coming. Machiavelli called him the master deceiver.
Master deceiver.
Gotta stay with the code.
We're getting closer to the apple. I can feel it.
If it were up to me, you'd take more breaks.
Good thing the fate of the world doesn't rest on your shoulders.
Hey, joke all you want, but your mental health is a serious concern. It only takes a couple of months for most Animus users to exhibit extreme side effects, and you've been in for prolonged stretches of time.
I'll rest once we have the apple.
I was afraid you'd say that.
Afraid? More like happy. Because that's the thing that she needs the most, right? To deliver the apple to Abstergo. Cesare, you mean the reincarnation of Barnabas? Pretty much Harbinger. I mean, Barnabas already had 2 different colored eyes, right? So Cesare is basically the sage of Barnabas, confirmed. They have the same voice too, you know, so that's the dead giveaway, obviously.
We have work to do.
So Cesare was pretty secretive.
Yeah, he was, except, weirdly, when it came to sex. After his wedding, he sent a letter to the Pope explicitly describing the intercourse on his wedding night. According to the letter, Cesare and his French bride did the deed 8 times.
Isn't that a Catholic thing?
What?
You're supposed to send the Pope a letter about your wedding night. Lets the old guy live a little, you know?
You know, that sounds quite plausible, actually.
Jesus Christ. 8 times. I'm sure he wasn't exaggerating or something, you know.
We don't have time for chit-chat.
Okay, so I think that's
Focusing on this.
all the optional dialogue here. Let's have a look at the computer. Good to know. Yeah. Definitely important information. Interesting. So Sean actually gave us like the full update now. Rebecca, supplies. Hey guys, I'm going into town tomorrow for supplies. My list is below. Am I forgetting anything? Apples, melon, banana, mango for Sean. Lettuce, cucumber, celery, tomatoes, carrots, eggs, milk, butter, fresh pasta, fresh bread, chicken, ground beef, bacon, Canadian if I have it, chips, hummus, buns, diet cola, orange juice, toilet paper, shampoo, AA and AAA 9-volt batteries, red wine. Sounds like they're cooking up some bolognese actually. Also, give me just 1 sec. Okay. Sounds delish. Absolutely. Yeah, they do have pretty much everything you need for a pretty solid bolognese. You have celery, tomatoes, carrots, fresh pasta, ground beef, red wine. Sounds good. And yeah, no worries, Lucinda. Thank you for being here and for joining us. I hope you have a good start to your day and your stream. For anybody that hasn't checked out Lucinda's channel before, I would highly recommend doing so. She's also planning on playing the AC games roughly like April to May, probably. And currently she's working her way through the Resident Evil series with all of the games pretty much in that. She's also a big fan of first-person shooter games like Bioshock or like first-person stealth games like Dishonored. So yeah, if that sounds like games you would be interested in to watch as well, then definitely go ahead and check out her channel. Alright, but yeah guys, I'm actually gonna go ahead and take another break because there's something I have to take care of real quick. I'm gonna be about 10 to 15 or so. Then I'm gonna go live or gonna come back to play a bit more of a game for today. Probably like another hour or so. But yeah, I will be back in about 15, I would say. Cheers, Rod. And yeah, catch you guys in just a few. Alright, I'm back. Thank you all for staying tuned, and sorry about that kind of like spontaneous second break there. I can't really go on for much longer today, but I'm still gonna do a little bit more of the side stuff, I think. And kind of like catch up on that so we can really like focus on the main story for the most part next stream. We've just been stopping here with modern days, so I'm gonna get back to that and read up a bit on the other guys' email messages here. So Sean answered the question regarding the supplies. Beer, sausages, potatoes. Classic British combo. And antibiotic ointment, ibuprofen, duct tape, and get a couple of DVDs if you can find English ones. From Lucy. Thanks, Rod. Welcome back as well. Okay, here's another update message. What about drinking? Colleagues, we have been cooped up on this dungeon for ages. I feel it's best for both our sanity and productivity if we go into town tonight and enjoy the local color. A bit of wine and maybe some music. Please advise, Sean. Rebecca says, what about Desmond? Lucy says he can't leave the sanctuary and I won't leave him alone. Sean says, looks like just the two of us, Rebecca. Good, a date with Sean? Yeah, Rebecca and Sean are quite happy about being able to spend some time together. Almost like Sean engineered this. But yeah, I think it was legitimately trying to have like a good time with all four of them. Or maybe not Lucy though. Okay, update from William to Sean regarding the status. Hello Sean. I'm still with the others, no disasters yet. It looks like Abstergo is focusing on the satellite instead of hunting for us, so that buys us time. I'm worried about Denver though. Let's try to touch base at 3 AM. You'll be up with Desmond and I'm having trouble sleeping these days anyway. The unexpected heat of this European fall is killing me. I don't know how you continentals handle it. You might as well pass the Denver info on now that it's escalated. They have a right to know. So yeah, this is basically the same message, only with a Denver update, right? So Denver headquarters went to their safe house and everything was gone, which means one of two things. They were attacked and captured by Templars who took all their gear for analysis, or they went code red without warning and went off the grid with no time to notify headquarters. Let's hope for the latter. Take care, William. Surely a coincidence. Yeah, I'm surely sure it wasn't planned whatsoever. Sean says, where are the pain pills we have? I've got a ripping headache. Lucy says, in my room on the windowsill. Lucy. Is that game audio? Oh. Thank you, Mola. I've been actually playing on speakers because I want to listen to the dog a bit better. And I didn't realize, because I actually have it on a bit quiet on my speakers. Everything. So I didn't even notice. But thank you. You're definitely right there. let's have a look at Lucy too here. William Miles. Misgivings. Lucy. The issues you raised in your last voicemail have taken me by surprise to say the least. Think of all the work, all the stress and planning we've all put into this. We had our suspicions for years about Minerva, about that particular piece of Eden. The tapes confirmed it. Now we can study it and discover the truth. You've been waiting nearly a decade for this day. Don't put Desmond in danger just because of feelings you may or may not have. We're only going to get one shot of this with a short amount of time left. Don't fail us now. William. There's definitely interesting foreshadowing here of Lucy kind of like becoming more and more anxious about getting so close to her goal, I guess. But yeah, I do think she also has legitimate feelings for Desmond, which of course is making the situation more complicated for her. But in the end, she was kind of like set out on this mission to betray the assassins and bring the apple to Warren. But it would still make sense for her to have like conflicted feelings about all of this, you know? Okay. That's all of it. Time to head back into the Animus.
You're all set to go.
If you seek fair price.
Okay, so now we can buy the Seusenhofer Greaves, as well as the Embraces. And we can now also finish the Exotica shop quest, for which we needed the Shrunken Head. So there's actually only two Shrunken Heads in the game. Like, one of them is at like the south side of Rome, like underneath a mountain. And the other is in one of the Romulus lairs. And yeah, your only other chance to get a Shrunken Head is by basically investing so much into the economy that you will get one automatically. But yeah, quite difficult to obtain. And now we can get the rest of the set too, which is already unlocked. The what? How do you pronounce it? So this looks to me like a German term. So I would say it's called Seusenhofer. It does very much sound German. And there's a couple kind of like gear pieces in this game, but also AC2 that are based on like German armor. Like for example, when you have the Helmschmied sets. Kind of like references to like really advanced German smiths, essentially. And the Drachen, or Draken, as some people would say armor in this game, is also of German origin. So I guess this set here is as well, at least according to the name. It could of course also be Swiss or Austrian, because they do also talk German there. But at least it's based on the German language. Okay, which is the next sword here? I think it would be the old Syrian sword. For 7,000. I do have all of these short weapons here.
Tell your friends about me.
I'm actually not sure who ruled Germany at this point. I mean, I guess this is pretty close to the Holy Roman Empire, I guess. But I couldn't really tell you, like, the ruler of, like, 1500 or something. Been a long time since I've had that in history class. But we did go through the entire German history. I definitely don't remember all of it. Maximilian I. I gotcha. Okay, let's also go ahead and buy the self-portrait now. Which I think is the last painting in the game.
Hostess two choices. Come, friends. Here the customer is always.
Excellent. Addio then.
Quite like the engraving on the Seusenhofer set, I have to say.
Down by the Ripa docks. I keep all manner of fine statuary and tapestries there. My brother knows
Ava Grace, welcome in. Good morning. Emerges from Lurk with ridiculous information. Konrad Seusenhofer was an Austrian armorer. Makes sense. I wasn't sure if it's like German, Austrian or Swiss. But definitely makes sense that it's like based on Germanic languages.
No, you are getting the best.
But yeah, thanks for confirming that, Grace. Yeah, that's something that would have been cool to have like as part of Unity, you know. Or it would be kind of like a great follow-up game on Unity, kind of like how much Europe has changed, you know, with Napoleon's reign, I guess.
no harm in browsing. Ciao.
Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna go and change to Assassin White. I think that would go quite well with the armor here.
Smart choice. Ciao for now.
From a general area, and once again an example of weird information that's rattling around loose in your brain for no reason at all. I mean, that's fair, you know. I guess this has proven that it wasn't useless at all. It was a good reason for why you kept that information. Okay, I think I could probably get more assassins unlocked to Master Assassin rank. I mean, some of them are still on missions, right? Let's check real quick. Okay, are we good? All of them have been upgraded already. That could have been. Well then, in that case, let's find another side mission. Like this thief assignment down there. Can also just use the fast travel there to get to the Colosseum a bit faster. Cheers, Grace. I hope it's a good one for you so far. How was the rest of Stardew Valley? I hope you had a good time with it. This current armor I'm wearing is the canon armor for the ending, as we saw at the start in the flashback. That's true. Yeah, maybe I try to make sure that that's the one I'm wearing once I do finish the game, for kind of like continuity. Yeah, Grace, it seems like a nice game to kind of like chill out with. Looks quite enjoyable.
You, please, will you grace an admirer with a performance? You have been an inspiration for many of us.
For the fans. Defeat the challenger at his own race. Full sync. Complete the course without taking any damage. Yeah, I have Grace. I've played Red Dead 1 2 times so far. Last year I played it for the second time, and the year before that for the first time. The first time I played it, I did emulate it on PC with the Xbox 360 emulator called Xenia. When I played it, it wasn't that well optimized, but they've actually done quite a few improvements and it seems to run much better nowadays. And you did also upgrade your PC quite recently, didn't you, Grace? So I reckon if you're like at least as good as my PC or even better, then you could definitely emulate the game at least 30 FPS stable, which would pretty much be the FPS you have on the Xbox version. There's a couple kind of like visual glitches happening on the emulation, but it's nothing that really ruins the gameplay experience too much. But yeah, if you check out Xenia, then you definitely find some good solutions to be able to play it on PC. Okay, so this is the one where I have to use the parachute. So don't take any damage, but you're also fast enough to get down here. It's a bit irritating you don't really see the checkpoints very early. Kinda have to guess where you have to go. Now I see it. Doesn't really help here. Imagine dying after doing the leap of faith and you still finish the mission. It's like, yeah, 100% sync, but you're dead. You have a ridiculous 48GB of RAM now and a Ryzen 5 5600X. You should be able to run most things. Definitely. And I could be wrong, but I think Xenia is also a bit more heavy on the CPU side. So I think you should probably be good with, you know, having yours. Personally, I have a Ryzen 5 2600. So, yeah, you should be good to go, I think, to try to emulate it. If you need more help on like how to set it up and stuff, definitely feel free to send me a message and I can definitely try to assist you with that. That's definitely fair too, Afro. Yeah, I mean, a lot of console versions are just really not meant to be played for mouse and keyboard. So it can be tricky, you know, if you just want to stick to voice controls. Let somebody redeem Red Dead 1 and 2 and you do have a capture card that you could run from your Xbox, but you wanted to investigate emulation. You've never done it before though, so you definitely need some help with that. I gotcha. I mean, honestly, if you have an Xbox, then I would recommend not emulating it. Because there's definitely games that work much better on emulation. Like Xenia is still quite in the stage of like development, I guess. Whereas a lot of other emulators are much further in development. It wasn't until like 1.5 years ago really that the first games kind of like really started to work a bit better on Xenia. So yeah, I would probably recommend playing it rather on the Xbox, to be honest. Because yeah, there could be like a lot of things that can go wrong with that version. Fortunately, I didn't have any game-breaking bugs, but I definitely read that it could happen. Which on console you don't really have to worry about.
What are you doing? It wasn't a busy moment.
But I think like emulating games that are like older than PS3 or Xbox 360 era is a safer bet for like a first time emulating. Yeah, definitely. It really does depend, I guess, a lot on how much development has already been invested into the emulator, but also the game, you know. But yeah, a good place to start is always like looking at YouTube and looking for a specific game on an emulator to see how it runs. Because there's often like benchmarks for example, you could like search for Red Dead 1 Xenia, and then like you set up with the graphics card and processor, and there's a good chance you will find like a similar setup. So you can check beforehand what kind of like FPS range is possible.
Ezio, La Volpe tells me you are a skilled horseman. I have discovered that the leaders of the Cento Occhi train on horseback at the Circo Massimo. This grants us an opportunity to cut down several of them in one place.
A blanket finish. Ride to the Circo Massimo and cut down the Cento Occhi leaders. Full sync. Here the Cento Occhi leaders with the hidden blade.
Hey! Hey! Here! Once they have been strapped to the block. Here! Here! Rome stirs of Roma.
Some way with
Resurgence of La Malaria in the Campo Marzio. Restoration and...
Oh boy, that didn't just happen. I pressed the wrong button. I want to press high profile and A to jump off a horse. I press high profile and B because it's parkour down in like lots of AC games. And then Ezio like auto jumped on an enemy, thus getting us detected. That was definitely the stupidest detections I've had so far in this playthrough. You have an RTX 3070, so not massively new but pretty strong. You definitely put some money into this PC to make sure it would do what you wanted with gaming. I mean, honestly, with a 3070, there's a good chance you might even be able to run Red Dead 1 at 60 FPS, to be honest. At least from what I remember of the benchmarks that I've seen. Wasn't sure if your graphics card would also be as good as your processor, but with that combo, I think you might want to try emulation after all. Because the thing is with console, the game only runs at 30 FPS max. Like even on the Series X, you don't get the 60 FPS unlocked, you get only 4K. So yeah, the emulation could you know, look much smoother in comparison. The horse up there, though. Okay, so I have to kill him with the hidden blade, right? But they're all running. And they're all staying close together. So this seems like a forced detection scenario to me, you know, because if I kill one guy from the horseback, then the other guy is gonna detect me pretty much. I'm gonna treat it as such.
All roads must be kept clear for the Guardia.
Never mind, I didn't even get detected. But if I would have been detected, then I would have not counted it because it was kind of like a random chance for me not to land into combat there.
Get away!
Wait.
Not involved! Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
So even though this part of the mission was forced combat scenario pretty much, or at least forced detection, or it could have been, I guess, I still count the detection beforehand because I still want to stay stealthy until there's like literally no way around it, I guess.
This is my territory, and you better play by...
Originally you sacrificed memory to get the better CPU, GPU. When you bought the PC you started with 16 GB RAM. I gotcha. I still have 16 myself, I think, which can still be enough for streaming most things. But I really can't leave like too many background applications running at the same time. Otherwise it might be a bit too extensive when like playing a game and streaming it at the same time. We also unlocked the last Romulus Lair here. Interesting. Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, some mods really take it to such a next level where you really ask yourself, okay, is that like worth the graphical or like a performance hit, you know? There's some mods are absolutely crazy when it comes to like reflection quality and all that type of stuff, or like texture details.
Lair Shewakan Motlak Belkulun Mumkin. The wisdom of our creed is revealed through these words. We work in the dark to serve the light. We are assassins. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted.
Candida Massini has become Assassino. Amazing. Let's actually check if I have all of the paintings now. I think I do, with the exception of Rodrigo Borgia.
Citizen!
Citizen? Ava Aura, welcome in. And good morning.
State bene, brother?
State bene, brother? Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall. I like how they're teaching each other how to assassinate and stuff. One of the assassins studying, apparently. Rather looking at books. Also Brotherhood today. Pretty good. Yeah, we're almost done with the game now. Arrived in sequence 8, which means it's kind of like the last proper sequence. And yeah, we're also getting quite close to finish all of the side content. Currently we're at 86% total sync. Ah, interesting. So I've done all of the thief assignments now. So the only thing missing now is assassination contracts and secret locations, pretty much. And the last Cristina memory. Looking at books is totally the same as reading them. Yeah, pretty much right. If you look really hard at the cover, you might actually learn what is inside. I guess he has eagle vision and doesn't have to ever, like, you know, turn a page. He's just reading books by looking at them. With eagle vision. Next level reading skills.
I've got great metalwork here.
That's why you're so smart. I knew it. Learning by seeing. Cheers, Rod. Yeah, I think we can definitely finish the main story next stream for sure. I think I want to do one more mission for today. I'm not going to do the Cristina mission because it's kind of like a really sad one. but I think I'm gonna do another assassination contract.
Condolences are extended to all citizens of the English nation for the loss of your ambassador.
The Orsini family will hold festive games this Saturday in the plain before San Paolo for
Break something, the idiot. Vede bene chi ride ultimo. His mental health is... What?
Oh nice, we got most of the guys now to Assassino rank. Yeah, I'm so close. 29 XP away from Master Assassin rank. The Merchant of Rome. Merchants under Borgia protection often trade favors at the expense of their honest peers. Teach them that Borgia protection is a myth. Sync, use the assassin recruits to assist in a diversion. Yeah, I didn't want to jump in that haystack either way. Nice. It works. But now we have new assassination contracts unlocked one last time. Fair enough. Then we gotta go to Pantasnilia once more to unlock more of them over here. But yeah, that we shall do next time on AC Brotherhood, which will be Wednesday. Tomorrow we're gonna be heading back to some shredders because I do wanna get closer to finishing off that game too. We're currently up to about 40 missions, I think, out of 75. Or like 45 missions. So we're definitely getting closer to getting the story done there too. But yeah, I haven't really decided yet how long I will be streaming that game tomorrow. So if I'm not doing too long of a stream, then I might be going live with some more AC Brotherhood afterwards to finish off the rest of the side stuff for this game. But yeah, that's a plan for the next couple of days here. And now we're gonna go and exit the game. And then we're gonna have a look who's online on Twitch and yeah, who we can raid. Let's have a look, shall we? Cheers, Rod. Yeah, we definitely will. Kind of reason I started a bit earlier today, and I'm also ending a bit earlier today as well. I want to spend some time with the doggo and, you know, kind of like not make her be alone too much. Because she's definitely letting me know that, you know, she wants to be entertained for a little bit. But yeah, she's gonna get all the plays and pets and all that. But yeah, thanks so much for being here, Rod. And thanks also again for the raid earlier. No worries, Aura. Thank you also for being here. Catch you next time, Harbinger. Thank you, 19. You have a good day too. Thank you for joining and for lurking. You demand dog tags. Yeah, maybe I post some pictures on Discord or something. No worries, Sarah. Thank you also for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Definitely, Rod. And I mean, she's still a younger doggo. You know, she's like barely 1.5 years old. So at that, you know, age, they still have like lots and lots of energy. And they do want to play all the time. At least she does. But I can't blame her, you know. I've also been playing for a couple hours. And I'm much older, that's for sure. Cheers, Smaller. Thank you also for being here. Hope you have a good start into your week and day. And yeah. You're gonna be doing more Harry Potter tonight? Before we go and raid, I do actually want to give a couple shoutouts here to some fellow streamers. To Rod, who's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He just recently finished his Brotherhood playthrough. He essentially had the challenge to not get any fall damage, otherwise he has to restart the memory. He's now up until Revelations, where he's doing a no HUD challenge on. And you can also catch his other playthroughs of GTA 5, Red Dead Redemption 2, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and many, many more, including Resident Evil as well. Also check out Mauler. Mauler's currently playing through Hogwarts Legacy, but he's also been playing the AC games quite recently with Black Flag and Freedom Cry, and is also planning on playing more of those in the coming months. So definitely check out that as well. And last but not least, I also want to give a shout out to Grace. Grace might actually be playing some Red Dead Redemption herself soon, since both games have been redeemed for her quite recently. She's also been playing Assassin's Creed as well, quite a few of those games. And yeah, just recently she's been doing a session of Stardew Valley. So yeah, if those games also appeal to you, then definitely go ahead and check out Grace as well. And yeah, that's no worries at all. More than happy to give you a shout out as well, Rod. But yeah, for now we're gonna go and raid out to, I think, Lucinda. She's playing some Resident Evil 2 today. Continuing her serious playthrough of the games. So yeah, let's go ahead and have a look over there, shall we? No very Smaller. Always happy to give you a shout out too, dude. If you want to come along with a raid to Lucinda, there's some raid emotes you can copy and paste if you like. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with some shredders. So until then, I hope you all have a good rest of your day, and I will catch everyone very, very soon again.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.